Oh god, we're alive! Hello! Hey everybody! Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Let me pop out this chat, good old chat here. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Kiko, good to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Like button preemptively booped. Thank you, Kiko. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. And Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Bramble, good to see you, glad to have you. How's everyone doing? How's the audio? Everything set up good? Apparently I accidentally dropped my Popoto on a moth. That must have been days ago at this point. Hi everybody. We got our usual cadre of fellows here, I see. Only a certain amount of time until Crepe or Rune pops in. Can hear just fine? Good. Okay. So, where were we at? Okay, last time, well, predominantly, I think the main thing we did was fight Titan. We went over to Delmechia and had a big old brawl out with Titan himself. Before that, though, was there something? Am I going crazy? Because we got back with, the time before that, we got back from Jeldarin Kingdom and everything with that. I mean, we also actually, we had things going on with Dion in the background. We know that his mother basically, or not his mother, our mother, Annabella, found a way to make it so Olivier would now, her son, new son, would be the crown prince, and now Dion is kicked out. Barnabas is up to something, and his henchmen seems to know, him and his henchmen know about Ultima and everything going on there. We met back up with Mid, and we're currently helping her to rebuild, well, to build an airship. Exciting. It's gonna be called the Enterprise. Didn't catch up? English weird. You didn't caught up. English is weird, agreed, Crip. And yes, well, because we took so much time to do extra stuff. However, this stream and next stream, I think we're gonna be focusing pretty hardcore on the MSQ, unless there's particular side quest stuff we want to be doing. Yeah, I think we're gonna get going straight from here. Right now, we're helping Mid to get the next part of the airship design blueprint. So we need to go over to Lost Wing. It's just a boat, not an airship. Well, currently, I mean, it is definitely going to be an airship.
Leave anything you don't need behind.
Sarah, you aren't saying that because you have future knowledge, right? Because if you are, please don't. But if you're talking about the design, it does have literal engines on it. So those engines, also long history of Final Fantasy games with boats that started out as boats becoming airships. Friendly reminder, if you have any knowledge from further ahead than we are at, please do not reveal it.
If you're
ready, YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray. Oh, so remember one of the side quests we did last time is these guys are all ready to get some vengeance on the the judicial leader. No, it would not swell. Okay, cool. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, from the schematics we saw, it looked like a normal boat, right? Except for it's got engines, right, on it. So maybe those could just make it go fast, but I'd also point out that historically there's, you know, you think about the Enterprise from the early Final Fantasies, they all look like normal boats that can fly, right? So I would definitely look to, that. That thing's gonna be flying up in the air before too long. There's my point. Is it a point of no return, Crepe? Yeah, if I'm heading towards it and I'm not realizing it, yeah, go ahead. You can feel free to warn me. If the game offers me a warning window, though, you can let. I'll just pay attention to that. Much obliged. Currently, we have done all the side quests, so we should be caught up on everything. I've done all the marks, all the side quests. Everything should be good. Far enough that I can watch without spoilers. Nice, Sarah. Sweet. Well, I'm glad to have you guys. Oh, I have the ability thing on. I should probably take that off. I can probably swap that out. Was it Rune who was wrecking me to use the Berserker Ring? Because that was cool. Oh, right, here we go. We don't need more Gil. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Could you pass me a mellow yellow, actually? Thank you. What was the ignition? Rising Flames. Ooh, Rising Flames cooldown or Rising Flames damage? Honestly, my cadence for everything has already been perfectly fine. Thank you. Love you. It's not a point of no return. You can do stuff afterwards, but it fits better if you do them before. Okay, totally then.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back. Anybody home?
Ahriman.
This must be our
I'm sad that they won't let me like look up stuff about him.
Time to go.
Someone remind me when we get back to Tones to check up on the Archons. What the origin definitely meant to get that much air to dodge away. That was definitely not an accident on my part.
It's over.
Solid.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Forgive my eating. I always remember to start cooking something about half an hour before stream starts. Only those who have stood in the battle can know its boon and its curse. The first anti-count of Sig Stonier. Increase strength tonic duration by 20 seconds. Ooh. Not crazy good, but definitely good. How y'all doing today? Oh, I have an interesting discussion for the people here. I saw someone comment that a while ago that Final Fantasy 16 isn't really a Final Fantasy game, which I don't necessarily want to like litigate that. But one point that they had was, oh, it's not strategic, and that was very interesting to me because to me, a live an action game can still be very strategic. You just have high pressures on you to constantly be making those choices quickly and reactively. But you can be proactive and you can be thinking plans ahead. So to me, there's absolutely still strategy here, you know. But how do you guys feel about that? We should be good to go back to mid then. Before we do that, I want to see if there's anything about Ahriman and with Hippocrates. It's not strategic, I would say, but less strategic than some other action games. Okay, I mean, part of it's you gotta find strategy, right? So, like, obviously, am I saying 16 is the exact same as Advance Wars? Fuck no, right? But I think saying that something is not strategic because it's action
How
oriented.
good it is to see you, Clive.
Do you have any good examples, Crape, of like ones that you think of as more strategic that are action games?
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. You wish to study the tomes?
To look for Ahriman. Ooh, let's look at about curls. Sleek bodied creatures with coats of silken fur. Curls are anything but soft and will attack their prey viciously with tooth and claw, even whisker. The latter of which can be used to generate powerful bolts of heart-stopping levin. Though native to the arid climes of Dhalmekia, curls have been known to wander far in search of new territory, and rumors place them as far north as Dragon's Eyrie and Simbrek. There we go, Armin. With their single unblinking eye, these winged horrors ever scan the horizon seeking their next victim, using their singular ability to bend the very air around themselves and leap across great distance and take prey unawares. Those few who manage to survive this preliminary assault, however, are soon faced with the second horror, a crippling curse whispered from the lips of an abyssal maw, leaving them with but moments to lament their fates. But no explanation for their origins. Plans. Massive amorphous beings capable of bending and distorting their gelatinous form into almost any shape imaginable, making them not only notoriously difficult to find, but almost entirely impossible to kill, as most cuts merely melt back into the existing flesh within a matter of moments. These creatures can be found in all corners of Alsthea, though their heightened sensitivity to the subtleties of their environs means that their outward hue can vary wildly from region to region, hence the variety of names, Bravieros, Gelato, and Fool, by which they are known. And we saw inside one of them a fallen thing, so I wonder if they're actually a creation of the fallen.
Did you learn everything you needed?
I did. I'd say if you're going to play well in something like a Titan fight, you need to be strategic. Yeah, yeah, like saving your abilities, right, for certain key moments, and thinking about when you want to best use Judgment Bolt, when you want to use your combos, when you want to use when do you want to use your limb break. Like, I think, if anything, I find 16 way more strategic than like Final Fantasy 1, right? I'm enjoying it enough to buy it when it's released for PC. Nice, Tracy. Good.
Troops amassing.
I will say, it's hard to get this across, but this game really, I think, would be wonderful for anyone who usually feels overwhelmed by action, because it ramps you up in ways that I think are really easy to get your head around and to improve on. And its feedback for what you need to do to improve, I think, is very clear, as well as the enemy tells. You also have the tools like the different accessories that you can put on that will help you mitigate certain things you might struggle with.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
You are those who strive to lighten the burden borne by the crystal's curse. But if we are to survive the coming storm, we must stand together, bearer and brother, as you've shown us, a friend of the North Reach.
Here you are. All done?
Let me make sure I did actually get all of these. Oh, there's one I'm missing. The Breaker of Worlds. Urgent notice to all curse breakers. Due to the discovery of a fallen giant in the Eorzean ruins, we have lately been investigating all work in the region to be halted with immediate effect. All members are pursued for the ability. Right, this was the one that we was unsure. In the Eorzean ruins. We need a break. I think that's what we're gonna do. I feel like I don't play enough Final Fantasy games myself to have good reply on the matter. I mean, it's not about Final Fantasy, right, Ravens? We don't have to argue about whether or not 16 is Final Fantasy, because I think that's kind of a silly conversation, frankly. But more so, can action be strategic? I think is the fundamental question. Wonderful 101, Hi-Fi Rush, Beautiful Joe. Yeah, I guess I would still absolutely consider 16 up in those categories, Craig. I would say, like, for instance, DMC5 has so many more tools and so many more things you can do with, especially like Dante and Nero, that, like, I think there's more you could say about being strategic in order to get style. But compared to this, which is, I think, more streamlined, but only to a point. Those are the most disgusting, gruesome plans I've ever seen. What did I miss? Nothing, Raven. You just basically missed us killing an Ahriman and reading about an Ahriman in Flan. Oh, Crepe, you're gonna love it. I think you're gonna love it.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent.
We're
Another
trying to
job
make
well
her...
done.
And just one
Because
remaining.
Mid called her, what's her name?
Right. The shielding.
this one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is.
Mithril adamantite.
Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of
Mithril.
obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
You know, it's interesting you say that, Crepe. I agree, all those games are wonderful. I would feel like, to me, Hi-Fi Rush and Beautiful Joe, I feel like are quite different games in terms of their flow of combat. But I do have a soft spot in my heart for it. I already have all the DMCs on my pile of shame. We'll do them after I finish the Final Fantasies. Yeah. No, I think the thing is they're always going to be there, always going to be good to get around. The thing is that, like, honestly, in some ways I would argue, I would say you might be better off just skipping straight to 5 from a mechanical standpoint. Because, like, 3 is really good, 4... this is talking from a neophyte, so anyone out there who's more of an expert who might take umbrage with my point. 2 is kind of a mess, 1 is, like, kind of a mess, but also fun and good. 3 is excellent, 4 has highs and lows and at least introduces you to Nero, and then 5 is just goes fucking hog wild in the most amazing ways. Oh my god. DMC 5 is a wild ride.
Harpocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Go on.
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if
Flame
we could
retardant
recreate
materials.
it,
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelisk might be of assistance. I shall speak to them
I love
and
how
see
much-
what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to
Harpocrates
procure
is
the
such a
necessary
character in
ingredients,
this.
I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
thank you, Harpocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
I love how much like Harpocrates is not just like here's our side active time lore mechanic, but actually like a fundamental character that is at part of the solutions.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company, too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well,
Don't
if
make me
Jill's
choose.
game-
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable
God
in my
damn it.
research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
I mean, we have to pick Jill, right? Right, guys? Like, we have to. You know, Jill's his girl. Yeah, it's such a great name. I love it. I just stopped my FF marathon for 16 because I didn't want to get spoiled. Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally understand that, Crate. I've had some comments, yeah, but I'm also interested in how game series evolve. That's why I mostly play game series back-to-back in release order. Yeah, Crate, you'll have a fascinating time playing DMC that way, for sure. That's how I played it, so can recommend. I'd say it's on par with Dragon Age Inquisition, strategically speaking. And Tracy, would you consider that a game that game has strategy to it, right? The Telltale over you. Okay, Crave, if you pick Taria, I'm gonna pick Jill. Then you let me know if Taria said anything
guards
interesting.
against even the most ferocious flame.
So, Clive, who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Honestly, Jill was
Very well.
feels like the right choice.
So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
One of the interesting things I saw pointed out too about 16 is the way in which it kind of does story, then combat, then story, then combat, then story, then combat, except for like its moments like with, you know, Titan, like except for its like dungeons. What's the term that they actually use for them? I'm gonna call them dungeons, right? But the like instance event things. And I do think like its pacing is deeply traditional.
Keep them pilchards nice and
But then
chilled.
again, I think like
I won't have you.
I'm not surprised. The game's already trying out a lot of things for Final Fantasy. I think it's trying to also maintain,
Those
certain,
Pepio nuts?
you know, keep it
never
simple,
tell.
stupid.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Up! You'll not find a bruised pippin in the bush.
Fresh cuts.
Come and get them before they're gone.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. I hope it's to your liking. Good day.
How the hell is anyone supposed to...
What do you want?
The hell is a Pepio nut? The edible fruit of Pepio plant is prized by chocobo breeders, although the superstition that it lends a stud bird additional stamina seems largely founded on its blushing, swollen form more than any quantifiable results. Pepio nuts. I know that icon. I feel like that we've seen that icon in 14.
Take it. Good riddance.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while? Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread.
You just straight conjure that bread from nowhere, right?
Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
Oh, that's also pretty moving, Crepe. That's great.
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I was about to say...
I will.
With that conversation with Jill, I was like, there's no way Taria is like as good. But honestly, if that's the conversation, Crepe, oh man, that's real good too. She's a mage from out. Yeah, definitely a frost mage. Why are we having some slow moments with our companions? Why do I get the feeling that things are going to start progressing real quick from here on out? Picnic time indeed, Sarah. Time indeed.
I wonder how Harpocrates is getting on with the moon dew. How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Talia how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, Clive,
interesting.
thank you. It was nice just being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moondew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
Quest complete.
Well,
It's
I
interesting.
better go and give Mid the good news then.
Interesting that they gave us the gill bug and a black blood. Because it's like, well, why not just give us the money as part of the quest reward? Then Taria says that everyone thinks he's a good
I went up
leader
to give
as
some
Sin,
greens
everyone
to the
appreciates-
chocobo, and do you know what it did?
Aw.
Only went and bloody bit me.
I mean, he seems to be doing a great job.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction
Sin,
and
good to
testing
go
of the
have you.
shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way!
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
Sometime later. Wait, are they actually attaching it to... Or is that just where it's stationed? No.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming.
thinking of his dad?
Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown, searching for a land untouched by the Blight, just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want...
For those of you who played Endwalker?
I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans. I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I didn't even realize that was Sid's theme. But now, of course, it is.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
I haven't quite gotten like the same connection with some of the themes. Like some of the themes I've gotten down, but some of them I don't. By the way, can I say something about the voice actors you already saw? Yeah, sure. Go for it. If it's something that we've already seen or borne witness to, it's fine.
Thank you,
I wish like you could go through the orchestrion and like Sid's theme, or like all the different people's. You had like all the different people's themes like labeled. Just so I could like get used to them.
Meg told me she was building a ship.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the Twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Crave. Now the question is, will we see a black mage with Y'shtola? Will we see a red mage?
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry at all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Don't mention it.
Of course they were all going to Mr. Religion. I luckily caught that, the one that is the Sembrekian augur. My dear boy, my journey to Canva has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings-on in the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I, for one, believe Miss Telemon's projects to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canvarian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. And if rumor has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guildmasters are rapping at our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man, Gav, for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill, and warn us of any impeding attacks. I trust that you will give this proposal your full consideration. Your loving uncle, Byron.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
I don't think we have seen a single bow yet. Not that I can think of. That may be because of like how
So
a lot
what?
of other technologies
Mid
were
got
not
us
developed.
to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset.
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Got to admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Yeah, but so is a wheel, right? A wheel is just, you know, hub and spoke and all that, and many like civilizations didn't ever create the wheel, right? So like just because it's simple, and also like laminating wood, making sure that you create twine and the right like style of rope that can handle the weight. Plus, you know, actually like thinking I'm gonna put this string on this wood, bend it back, and I'm gonna put an arrow on it, pull back and fire. You know, someone has to come up with that. And there's been no needs to develop that because ranged forms of combat are already existent. No one's being propelled to do it. The same way that most people aren't, like, forged technologies aren't being advanced in Valstea. That's kind of like one of the things that they've been getting at, right? It's a bunch of reasons that technologies and a bunch of things haven't advanced in Valstea are due to the fact that no one's needed to do it, you know? Rune, good to see, glad to have you. Fantasy setting without bows is just very weird to me. I don't know. I feel like they are quintessential, I think, but at the same time, by removing and adding components is one of the ways you engage differently. And since like one of the underlying themes are the way that people are like leaning on bearers and crystals as a crutch, like it's like a major theme of this game, I feel like it makes a lot of sense, you know? I want to give a quick thoughts to you if you have a second. Totally. Assuming they're not spoilers, which just, you know. Okay, I can't do the plus of the hideout, but I can go to Sid's Legacy. Ooh. Like, are we going back to the original one? Nope, past stuff. Okay, yeah, totally, go for it. Sid's Legacy. Storm. I get that it's his legacy. Well, I guess he could have been buried there. But I was going to say, because technically he died in Senbrak. He's probably buried here.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. No one is listening to what you have to say and may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there'll be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's Tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Boklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Boklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav?
Already on my way, Captain.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Okay. Let me check on your rune. Okay. So your chat we talked about Ifrit Strongwords actually gave me MDK vibes. MDK, didn't we talk about MDK? Rune, was it you that we talked to? We talked to someone about MDK like months ago. You ever played that? I haven't, but I only know about it now because in one of our, maybe, who was it? was one of our viewers who was talking to us about it, because I just watched a video on it at the time. Of course, the fight reminded me a lot of God of War 3. Yep, makes sense. Certain Wrath. Yeah, sense of scope and scale of that kind. Definitely makes sense. When did the auto gap quest? I had thought I've been recording everything. I know you're streaming, but if you want some extra ready footage or stuff, I can perhaps provide. Rune, I would love that. Assuming you have it at 1080p, I would definitely take you up on that at some point, because I'm thinking about making at least some sort of, like, at the very least, like, my thoughts video, if not at least a couple others. Okay. What's the unlock? Weird signs. I assume that's an unlock to increase potions effectiveness. But for now, let us continue onward. I want to see the giant expanse. Eastern Dalmekia. They do love their eastern western sands, don't they? I'll be overheating a little bit. Onward.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Taya.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Gotcha.
So what do you think? Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task?
Oh, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out? Chances are they'll come for you either way.
Trapper, they're taking advantage of us.
But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on those broad shoulders.
We're lucky you came along. Now, hoping to make a heavy purse in Boklad, our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much as it would carry. Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No. You can leave the cart to us. You just put an end to those bandits and point us in the right direction. You do that, we'll take care of the rest.
I'm not sure I trust those two. But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care.
Look lively, you lot. We've got guests.
These must be our bandits. Pay the toll.
Not see him winding up. Oh, jumped right into that. Totally go for it, Raven.
That's them dealt with. Now, where's that cart?
No chests? Really? It's so strange to me that that was even a side quest, because like you're gonna go through there no matter what anyways. Do they just like not show up if you don't take the side quest?
Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
Seems we found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here.
That feels weird.
It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
I'm assuming it's a series. Based on the fact that they, like, especially just say that next time. The quest is just called Get Cart. Is it like a play on Get Smart?
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least. The path continues on the other side.
The other weird thing to me is like they let you do like building different weapons and stuff, right? But the problem is that there's not a lot of choice, and the choices that you get are mostly rooted in like are blocked by the main MSQ. So it's not like it's a side thing you can go on the side and choose your side content and like chasing on upgrades. So like interesting. Or like, oh hey, I'm gonna go spend time to go grind extra and unlock some cool stuff. You barely have to try to get everything you need to unlock things, and the main key component comes from the MSQs. Like, occasionally from a oh, over this crest, are we gonna see it? I don't even know what it's called, but it's the cataract. Oh, I've been waiting to see it. Turn the game down a little. Yeah.
So this is
Zemeckis Falls. Vast cavity in the earth located in the steppes of the Forgotten, desolate coastal region of eastern Dalmatia. Despite the fact that for centuries sea water from Strait of Altha has flowed into the plumber's crater without cease, it shows no sign of filling. Tragic tale that came to be known as the Sins of Zemeckis. It's said to have been taken place here. Does anybody else think of Robert Zemeckis?
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and bearers.
Dominance. Oh, interesting.
To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
But were the fallen the gods, or were they man?
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
Then we'll have to keep our wits about us.
It's just a tourist trap like Niagara Falls.
Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Maybe the fallen were cats. Don't get Raven excited. Oh. I want Storm. Make it Storm here.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then, Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god.
the Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greeker, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your Radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another
Rowena,
meeting
of
with
course.
silly old men. They're so boring.
Rowena Syndicate.
I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Des, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
Annabella, why are you the fucking
I have
worst?
suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
Fucking worse. I gotta say, Des, I wasn't thinking about that, but I do know what you're talking about. Aw, oh, Crepe, you're lucky.
The Boklad market. We just need to hug the coast.
Annabella is just the fucking worst. The thing is, like, she fully understands and knows what she's doing. Like, unless there's some context that we're given, at least to have something relatable. Like, she's not. I have more pity for Valkyrie than I do for Annabella right now. Valkyrie kind of never really has a chance.
Look easy.
I hate that one. Me too, Tracy. Jose, good to see you. Glad to have you. Now she has two sons and a foster son that should definitely commit. Son that should definitely commit matricide. Yeah, yeah, agreed. There's no context that really excuses her. It's not a question of is there any context that would excuse her actions. There is none. My question is there any context?
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly mechanized. So we can wait for the siege to end.
My question is there any context for her that possibly helps me understand how she got this way she is? And like make me pity her. Because right now I don't even pity her. Right now I just think she's fucking vile and would be better if she built the way she was. Like finding out she was abused as a child or something, blah blah blah, would not excuse anything. But understanding why she's so obsessed with power, why she's so dismissive and so like
To display.
do a super chat, make it all so real chat for the voice, because it makes Deadpool happy. Deadpool, buddy. I wonder if he'll come. What is south of here? Be able to go down. Man, Dalmeki has so much, or at least it feels a lot larger than a lot of like Rosaria and the other places. I don't know if it actually pound for pound is. Next. Alright, let me go get the boy real quick. He has to go up 3 flights of stairs because his bedroom is in the basement, or the room he usually hangs out in is in the basement. Hey buddy, I know, give me a second. Good job, buddy. Here you go. It? Did they down? Good boy. But yeah, so he's in the basement and I'm up on the 2nd floor, so he has to go up like 3 flights of stairs in order to get here. Come on, Ambrosia. Yeah. It makes me sad that you only get a little bit of the Chocobo theme. It seems such a strange choice to not have like the Chocobo theme play while, you know, it's like that's the whole thing. It's the Chocobo theme. All right, you Americans count floors wrong. I forgot. Talking about because basements aren't floor 1. Is that what you're on about? You have the 1st floor because it is the 1st floor at ground level. You have a basement, which is below ground level, and then if you go up a floor, you would be on the 2nd floor. Because it is a 2nd floor. The 1st floor is the 1st, like, floor. And then if you have a ceiling, and that's the ceiling above you is the next floor, that would be the 2nd floor. I'm trying to understand how that would be wrong. Yeah, it goes ground. Yeah, but you still have a floor. You're not literally walking on dirt.
More refugees.
We're not wrong on this one. You're weird for having to delineate between groups. Your 1st floor is the 2nd floor in your building.
Crystal's blessing.
First floor is here. First floor is ground floor, and everything above is numbered 1. Over here, yeah, it goes ground 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Over here, first floor is ground floor. Yeah. Here, yeah. In America, first floor is ground floor. When I walk in the door from the outside, I am on the first floor. And like, you don't have houses that have like anything below like a second of a floor below the basement. So like, you're only going to talk about the basement. But listen to them, Elio, they don't even have AC. Fucking nailed them. I will say the fact that in the UK, like, AC is not standard is just wild and insane to me. So that's definitely not natural. We have floors lower than basement. In residential buildings?
There are no crystals here. We have
70 to 80. That's what they've always said, but having spent time there, Ray,
I know.
I was there in 2003 and you guys still needed AC then.
This is where we're supposed to meet
Like-
Goots, isn't it?
That's right.
Just because you've been getting
I said
along
we
without
went
it
for a
does not
tour
mean that
after
it is not
replenishing
so
his
much better
supplies.
for having it.
I dare say he'll have finished by now.
No, but no. But see, okay. So first off, you're having to literally, it's ground floors then first upper floors. No. But if you take the terminology we use is floors, you just say first floor. People like, you don't have to delineate. Just there is the first floor in the building that you walk in on. Then you go up a floor. That is now the second floor beneath your feet. You go up a floor, now the third floor. You don't have to delineate between upper floors, blah, 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 blah. And then in America, when you have a basement, if you're a residential building, you usually only have one floor below your first floor, which is basement. And if you're in a non-residential building, which is, you just do B1, B2, B3, B4, basement floor 1, basement floor 2, basement floor 3, basement floor. Like it, what about a mezzanine? It's ground floor. My friend in the UK just got an AC. He hates that they aren't standard. Yeah. Okay, wait. Let me figure out what the, okay. Like, I know what a mezzanine is, but I'm trying to figure out where that factors in here. A low story between two other buildings. Okay, yeah. So we just call, so a mezzanine you would call a mezzanine. Here, you wouldn't call that, I mean, you would say that the mezzanine's probably up on the second floor if it's above floor height there. So like, if you have a mezzanine, if you had like a bar that had a mezzanine, right? You'd probably just call that the second floor. Like, because that would effectively be the second floor of the building. It's just that you're, right? Like, yeah, if I was at a bar and they, in America, and they had a mezzanine, I would just call that the second floor of the bar. Because, like, it's a floor, right? It's a floor, and it's a floor a story above you. I feel like, look, I get it. Let's all make fun of the Americans in their backwards ways, but I feel like we're pretty right on this one. No, ground floor is basically 0, and then you can count up or down. No, but but that's not better. That's not a better system. You're just replacing, like, you're saying ground floor, then your second floor is your first floor. Right? So you have to delineate that when you say first floor, it's actually the second floor of the building. Because you have 2 floors, because you're not walking on ground. Would it be like a loft? Yeah. Apparently sarcasm outlawed in North Korea. I'd last 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ray would be gone in the flash there. Well, you know me, Ray. You know that when you guys present me a question like that, I'm going to absolutely take it at face value and engage with it. You know that by now.
Others will carry off your fortunes.
This debate is not fun to listen
Just
to.
carry your goods.
Ground floor is basically 0, and then you can count up or down. Ground floor is 0. But the ground floor, okay, but if the ground floor is where you walk in on, the ground floor is your first floor. It is the first floor of the building. It's not a 0th floor. There is no floor. There's not a lack of floor there. There is a floor. So it is the first floor. You know, like a floor. The thing between your, like below your feet. Like, this is a floor. This thing I'm standing on is a floor. And it is the second floor of the building I'm in. What are the floors outside? If you have like a scaffolding with ground and 2 floors above, would you call it ground floor 1 if there's nothing? Well, let me follow. Okay, ground floor. What if the floor is outside? What building do you have where it's like if you're outside, then it's not you don't have stories because you're outdoors. But yeah, if you have like a scaffolding with ground and 2 floors above, you would say that the like if you're talking about like a veranda that was like 2 floors above. So if it was 2 floors above ground, that would actually, if 2 floors would be 1, 2, you'd actually be on the 3rd story then, or you'd be on the 3rd floor. You're so easy to wind up. Of course I am, Ray. You know this. No, the 1st floor is the one above the ground. No, Tracy, that may be true for you guys, but this is it. The 1st floor being the one above ground floor is more confusing than the 1st floor just being the 1st floor. Because you're saying there's a ground floor and then a 1st floor, but the 1st floor is actually the 2nd floor. Like, I get that that's how you guys are saying it's how it functions in the UK. But literally, it is the 2nd floor of the building. Right? Under your guys' thing, that the 1st floor is the 2nd floor. Because it is the 2nd floor. Like, the object that is the floor. You're over here, there have just... Okay, now y'all just trolled me. That's no fun. At least engage with me on it. I think the way to think of the US system is that the ground floor is the 1st floor you encounter, so we call it the 1st. Right, exactly. Which makes sense. Like, you can tell me you prefer the UK method with ground floor, but you can't come at me and say ours is weirder or crazier when ours is more natural in terms of 1st is 1st, 2nd is 2nd, 3rd is 3rd, instead of 1st is 0, 2nd is 1st, 3rd is 2nd. Like, like yours is weirder, not ours. See, the thing is that the USA is actually 1 level lower than Europe. No, it isn't confused. Tracy, now you're sounding like fucking Americans when we're talking about Imperial. It's like, it's not confusing. You just do fractions this way and... I'm not saying it's necessarily that confusing, but there are more steps involved in figuring out your guys's than there are in ours, when you can just assume 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 3 is 3, 4 is 4. Whereas with yours, you have to assume 1 is 0, 1 is 0, 2 is 1, 3 is 2, right? You can prefer yours, that's fine. But you can't tell me that ours is somehow, like, more confusing. Magic system in a fantasy game is more understandable than that.
A finer array this side of the strait. You've a discerning eye. Many thanks.
I can, because it doesn't make sense if you apply it to stuff like outside scaffolding, which starts at 1 floor above ground, which would be... Yeah, but that's why we refer to that as the 2nd story. There is no... I don't follow what you're saying on that one, Craig. I can because it doesn't make sense if you apply to stuff like outside scaffolding, which starts at 1 floor above ground. Well, scaffolding here usually doesn't necessarily start that way. It sometimes starts, it's ground up, but let's just say above ground, which would be 2nd for you. Nonsense. Yeah, but that's because you're basing it off the building. You don't base it off the scaffolding. You don't, like, change it just because you add on an appendage. You don't, like, an appendage onto a building doesn't then get its own metric for what floor it's on. So, for instance, if you have a veranda, if you have a, let's just go do it from your way. We're doing it from your standpoint. If you have a ground floor, and then you go up a floor, and you have a veranda or scaffolding coming off of that, that is still 1 floor above the below. So it is 2nd, because it's not the starting point. How can it be the 2nd if it's the lowest? But it's not the lowest. You just said we were 2 nations divided by a single language. Welcome to Semantic Stream.
May Gilbert smile upon you.
Okay, wait. Let's. Hey, Crip, can you find me an image of exactly what you're talking about so that I'm not like misconstruing your point? Oh God, it's a red chocobo. Red chocobo in.
If our new arrivals had brought any coin with them, we'd be rich.
No, fuck that shit. No. I have no tolerance for agree to disagree. I like we can get to a point where like, okay, we can't necessarily we better understand each other, and we felt like we learned something, and we don't necessarily have to. There's not have to come up with an objective like truth or something. But I hate just like agree to disagree and ending conversations. Just
good sir,
hate it.
can I interest you in?
At least I want to better understand Crip's point. I want to feel like I actually get
crust
it.
of bread.
You won't find any cheaper, not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the crystalline dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only
Bureaucracy.
ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an
Not for the likes of you.
Why you guys add the
Won't get
unnecessary
through without
use
that
to
pass.
everything? It's color, not
Let's go
color.
and find good, shall we?
God, we're just fucking all ramping each other up. If you have this thing,
must be
which
around
thing?
here
Did we
somewhere.
pass by something? I wonder if they're gonna have red chocobo in there. Yeah.
Come taste my peaches. They're sweet as nectar.
That not suggestive whatsoever.
I'll take the large one.
There's Goots.
Oh, Goots. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Slow down, Goot. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in my pocket a minute ago. Then a bairn bumped into me and... Yeah. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, totally, Crip.
A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to
You
get
can
the
DM
pass
it to me if you
back, we
want.
need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where. I've got a pal in Boklad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
Red chocobos.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure no one else is missing.
All right. We'll meet you there.
Also, the reason you probably can't share a link is because me and
Let's
Ray
keep
had
an
to
eye
like
out for
turn
this
links
red
off because we
chocobo
kept having
then.
porn bots.
And the other on our purses.
Next to the checkpoint.
Oh, Raven, I just saw the Deadpool and Torgal. Oh, that's very cute. That's perfect. No, I think you got the sizing just right.
Out of my sight, wretch.
Wine Colure. Bram. Look, we all know that I'm easy wind up, but I'm also well-meaning. Besides, most of you come for entertainment, I'm pretty
Looking
sure.
to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Jesus.
Oh, we're not here for that.
Then I bid you good day.
Is that Lise?
Oh, wait! Don't go, El. He's me mate.
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Boklad?
That is Lise.
I gather Lady Karen didn't send you. So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then, we can be on our way.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either. Not that anyone would take you for traders, but I suppose that's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
It's easy. Sometimes there you just don't catch it and then it goes straight by. I've heard so far, Urianger, Justinian, Fortunal, Lys.
Ever since
sure
the
that
Fist
maybe
marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots' pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? You want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and two birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion, Goots?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
All right. We'll help.
Thank you kindly. But I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
So,
the proprietor of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
I have never seen scaffolding like that. Scaffolding here usually only exists either in full increments or half increments, and it's not on casters like that. It's super. I haven't seen that before. So because I can't even tell what this is like, scale-wise, I can't even fully tell what this is supposed to be. There's like how this would place against a floor. Yeah, definitely. See how many scions there are.
Out of my sight, wretch. I've no
peaches and pears.
There's basically raised on those. Yeah, I don't. Those are. Having them on casters is that's a pretty rare thing.
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
For all the places I've worked at.
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah.
Hey, Fortunal.
Collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets.
He sounded particularly fortunate.
What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
How so? Because neither of those systems would address that. Because you're just having something that exists liminally. So either way, that I don't understand.
You don't find anything of this quality
where,
in
regardless
Twinside?
of what ground is or what first is, you have something that exists in between.
You should come with me to the Dominion. Life will be different there.
Because, like, so for instance, if that does not reach fully up to the second floor, you would just call that an elevated platform here. You wouldn't call that the second story. Whereas if it actually goes up to the second story, if it goes up above 8 feet, then you would call it, like, the second floor or the second story. And, like, whether or not you have your ground is ground or first is first, you either are going up a whole floor or you aren't.
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I interest you? Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
Right, but no one's
Right
gonna
then.
call the second...
Questioning children.
Yeah,
How hard
I can't
can
call
that
the
be?
lowest floor on the second floor of the scaffolding, because that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, no one would call that here. You just
should
call...
come with
So
me
the thing is
to
here,
the
you would
Dominion.
refer to
Life will be
scaffolding
different
based on
there.
what floor you're on of the building. Like, the scaffolding doesn't have its own flooring system. It's just an elevated platform on a floor.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
The scaffolding is just relative to whatever floor it's on.
Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Anything you grown-ups ever ask us to do is shut up and go away. So guess what I'm about
Jesus.
to tell you to do?
Sorry.
Jesus Christ!
I'll leave you alone.
No, but it's unnecessary, Craig, is what I'm saying. In our system, there's no reason you need to delineate that. Like, scaffolding doesn't... You don't have, like, two things, like, a bunch of different things on one floor. By the time you would have a second thing of scaffolding, you would be on the second floor of the building. So there's no purpose in delineating that, in making the scaffolding different. Instead, that's just more confusing. Because it's just relative to the building.
Do you have a moment?
What do you want?
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
No, you get in trouble for it. So if they come calling, you know what to tell them.
Clive over here surreptitiously teaching kids how to pickpocket.
Excuse me?
What do you want? I don't have any money.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Come on, come on!
Peaches and pears.
Yeah, but then you would just call it it's on the second story. Because the point at which it's between, so like if it's anywhere between the first and second story, right? If it's not yet on the second story, it's on the first story, and then the level to which it's elevated is to, like, the only useful thing in communicating that is communicating how many feet up or down it is.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Otherwise, the only thing that's important to know is what floor it's on.
I'm hungry.
Adding the extra layer of having to worry about how many of the...
That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we robbed his boots off him.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now.
What do we do?
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Hunter, where are you going?
So that was Hunter, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
He can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do.
Yeah, okay. Final nail in that coffin is this. I understand what your system is, but the criticism of our system doesn't really track. You can say you prefer yours, that's fine, but like, there's not the objective, some sort of objective metric of saying that yours is better doesn't really track.
Did you see a boy run past?
That's the final note on
He stole
that.
something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the chocobo pen, but...
Thank you.
Shit. Cornered.
Crepe.
It's all right,
80% of this chat is British people or people in the EU. Me and Raven, I think, are the only people other than maybe Des who aren't.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Called themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hunter.
You found him then?
Jill. Where are the other two?
Eloise is watching over them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him! I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would have starved.
Ooh, are we gonna fight? Please make it easy for me.
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo?
Goods. What are you doing with these people? Unless...
Not a
you're
very
the ones
bright
my
bulb, are
sister
you?
was talking about.
Your sister? Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just her back and a blade. Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the cast stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends hadn't agreed to work for the stones, some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it? And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
I feel like this feels more like an extended side quest than MSQ. I mean, I'm sure it's going somewhere for build-up, but...
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the cast stones, and we crush them. You get your traders' pass back, and I make Boklad a safe place again.
All right then.
All right then. Hansa, where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Leighton's Cleft.
To Leighton's Cleft, then?
I mean, it's
Leighton's
not like
Cleft is
quite
to
like
the
they put
south
an
past
adult's
the
face
camp.
on a kid, but it is a little... It's got a big nose. Maybe it's just got big features.
Scared of me, my
That's that then.
Daddy.
That's the one who's been sticking his nose in our business.
You should have minded your own. I doubt these were the ringleaders.
At least we know we're on the right track.
Ah, that's why it was easy.
We got company. That's a lot. Garuda!
For you guys, how many of you guys are liking the soundtrack more, or more or less than some of like the other Final Fantasy soundtracks? Like there are songs I'm liking, but I haven't like fallen in love.
Aye.
But I'm
Some
wondering
of
if that's
our
just
new recruits are
long-term,
natural-born
familiarity.
ne'er-do-wells.
Especially the little ones. And Hans has got nimble fingers, all right.
It'll be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
Scum. The leaders of the cast stones, I take it.
They don't deserve any mercy, Clive.
I wasn't planning on showing them any.
We're ready when you are, Theodore.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah, the main theme with that plays when Ifrit's around, I adore. I love. That's probably my favorite.
God from Boklad. Kill him! Kill them all!
It was coming. I like Epic's open battle music, but overall it's just okay. Yeah, I will say like the hideout music and some of like the overworld themes are some of the parts that I've liked. It'll be interesting to see if they grow on me over time or not. I think part of it's just that they're all just kind of a lot of it sometimes a little
and they
understated.
say crime doesn't pay.
Or not quite
Gold
as
chains,
melodic.
Rings, purses. And traders' passes. Dozens of them.
Have the names been changed?
Not yet.
My untrained ear.
I recognize some of them. No doubt Goots's is somewhere among them. Now I just need to sort through it all and return everything to the people it was taken from.
We should go and give Eloise the good news. Can we leave things here in your hands, Theodore?
Of course. Oh, and be sure to tell her of the part I played, won't you?
We'll be glad to.
I wonder if because of the pipeline they've developed from 16, 17 will be easier to create, or if it's going to be a different dev studio altogether. They're going to have to kind of start from scratch again. My hope is that they'll stick with like Unreal, especially with some of the tools in Unreal 5. Honestly, actually, here's my hope. My hope is that they plan 17 and 18 at the like, and maybe even 19 at the same time, and have like, do what they did with 10, 11, and 12. Like have them all kind of co-developed so that they can release them, you know, one after another. Have it maybe in Final Fantasy every 2 years instead. I mean, that might also be might go poorly as well, but I mean, at least it'll be interesting Final Fantasies. I find the flame is absolutely fantastic. I haven't learned any of the other
There are no
names yet.
crystals
Yeah.
here.
We all agree Find the Flame is good, for sure. If you guys were gonna like, what if there was to be the next, if Final Fantasy 17, what is your pitch for the type of combat and like the flavor of it? That like, and if you need to like pick an earlier Final Fantasy as a reference point, like something like 12 or something like X, Y, or Z. Maybe it's me, but I want a new mainline ATB Final Fantasy system. No, I don't think it's just you. I think a lot of people like ATB systems too. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one.
Ah, Clive. How goes the hunt? My brother isn't getting in your way, I trust?
Quite the opposite.
But which game I think would, if you know, because 12 is not the same as 13, for instance. They're both ATB, but they're both very different.
So it was the cast stones who were behind it all. Theo told me he'd been on their trail. And their demise solves 3 problems at a stroke. That of the pickpockets, the bandits pulling their strings, and the passes they were stealing. I only hope yours is among the items you recovered. Only time and Theo's return will tell. Speaking of whom, welcome home, dear brother.
You are too kind, Eloise. Here, Clive. Goods' pass. Ask him to keep a closer eye on it from now on, would you?
I will. Thank you.
El, I've asked our boys to carry the rest of the goods back. Can I count on your help in sorting through it all?
Of course. I'll make some space in the storeroom. I expect you'll soon be on your way then. But it wouldn't do to leave without introducing yourself properly. Would it now? Sid. Don't look so shocked. We're on the same side.
I don't understand.
As you now know all too well, we at the Crimson Caravans are always happy to help those in need. For a small fee, we will move anything that needs moving. Be that goods to market, or bearers away from it.
I was the first my sister helped escape. If it wasn't for her, I'd have been branded as a boy.
I had no idea.
It just so happens that we are seeking to expand our operation. And who better to join forces with than the leader in the field? Wouldn't you agree, Theo?
I would. It seems our purpose is the same in more ways than one. So what would you say to working together again?
It would be our pleasure.
And our honor. The honor is ours.
Here, Clive. This is for you.
Crimson Compass.
What is it?
El has friends in high places, while I have associates in, lower ones. That mark is proof that you're a friend to us both.
Who joins our
I shall
seal?
bear it with pride.
Create the collar and compass.
Well, all that remains is to wish you a safe onward journey. Goots' pass should secure you a place on the caravan, but if you encounter any difficulties, we would be delighted to provide you with a coach of our own. For a discounted price, of course. Say, 9 million?
We'll try the caravan.
Well, I love 7. What about 7? The combat, the world, like which aspects, Tracy? I want a new 5. I want to see something like that. Maybe even more customization. When you say 5, which aspect in specific? By order of the board delegates, the bearer, this token bestowed all right and permissions merited Dominion. Nice.
Right then. Let's get this back to good.
How many are there? Onward to discovery. Live and let live. Well, at least
Then it's on to the Dominion.
Pick them up at the very least.
If I knew arriving.
Now I just need to see
brought
about
any
getting the
coin.
word. I want to know right away.
Bad news.
Good, actually. Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those I'd like to celebrate with.
What exactly are you celebrating, if you don't mind me asking?
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A
Thanks,
Gotan
Sarah.
66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. And most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats.
So I've heard.
Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All 3 of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. 3 of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the tavern when they finish for the day. Stop by again when you let them know, and I'll give you your little something.
I'll be right back.
So you want a single-player JRPG that has a job system as like a primary focus of like how you're engaging with it? My thing is, I actually tend to like less choice. That is more and just more of a system that you can master. But I definitely understand. I mean, like, look, having played through, I see the appeal of job system. You know, even 3 versus 4. Well, I appreciate the refinement that 4 did for the
hurrying, my lord.
You definitely having more choice and being able to, like, with that classic style, I definitely get.
I've been asked to find Aldrich, the porter. I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me, right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cop of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sambrek.
From the Empire to Boklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
Haven't had a lot of pretty boys, but the Rustfield boys are quite handsome as well. I will say, in terms of men I'm attracted to, more the rugged appeal of Clive, I can connect to a little more than, like, don't get me wrong, I love the Bishi boy that is Cloud, and I love Zack. But those boys are pretty, but this boy is handsome.
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down. Now, Joseph's a sellsword, and a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Any idea where his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Boklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
Can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him.
It kind of sounds like it, but not quite, Ray. Infinite, good to see, glad to have you. Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. At least, you know, good character to remember them by.
That's that then.
Clive is very handsome, yeah. Clive is peak dark fantasy protagonist, energy, rugged, deep voice, possessed by demonic power, and a good heart. Good leader, good heart, cares for people, is driven by love more than anything else.
What do you want? I've no coin on me.
Just information. Has a sellsword passed through here? Grey hair.
Now you mention it, there was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know? Buggered off down the road, I expect. Now why don't you do the same and leave me be?
I'm just imagining if they put Clive's hairstyle in the game too, when they do the 16 crossover. The amount of Clive like cosplayers. I want to see a Lala Clive. Oh, it's coming. It's a coming, Crape.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him.
Yes, we have. We saw him climbing up the rocks. Those ones, over there.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner.
Shush now. You've said quite enough already.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
Oh, I'm with you, Des. I'm definitely with you. I'm much more compelled by a character who has a good heart, but maybe is even struggling, rather than just people who are edgy. Especially for its own sake. Like, edgy...
Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here.
Like, trying to overcome being edgy is one thing, too, that would be fine. But, like, just that being your attitude in the whole thing is just very boring very quickly. The ancient sword more powerful? Hey, hot damn, it is. Ooh, and by a bit for the fucking stagger. Marked lack of weapons left from the age of the fallen could either suggest that there was a society in which peace prevailed, or one in which those in power were unable to be contested. Those few weapons that do remain are found to be extremely lightweight and nigh indestructible, but unfortunately impossible to duplicate in modern day forces. Ooh, that's pretty. Well, that's interesting. It looks remarkably like the Eorzean sword. Funny Clive would be good, yeah. I'd rather have edgy than whiny like Squall. I think whiny's interesting, because I think whiny's very relative.
I think we found our thieves.
Like, I know some people consider Titus whiny.
They don't look happy to
like,
see
I
me.
get he's frustrated and will complain, but he also takes action and does things. And it's like, it's more that he's like, no, like, I'm not gonna abide by your bullshit just because you're all willing to accept it. And so I think that's more what I mean by it. But it's been so long since I've played 8. We'll see. Maybe I'll find Squall whiny again. Maybe I'll find whiny when I actually play it.
Enough.
Wow, didn't even have a chance. Yeah, I will grant you, yeah, Crip, I will grant you, if you're going to go Dirge of Cerberus or like Stranger Paradise, where like you're just gonna fucking fully buy into it and go hog wild with it, then there's a place for it, totally.
Let's get this over with.
Stop!
When it's absurdist, it can be fun.
Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph?
Oh.
So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
Of course they are. Goblins got their own... Goblins got their own civilization. They're just trying to gobble.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know what that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems or anything they couldn't eat for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area and the mystery practically solved itself. I soon found their cozy little homestead and all the missing food. I launched myself at them full of righteous fury, but
I was waiting for this quest to happen.
To meet me. The others, they huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them, and earned their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren lands, so I've been teaching them. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boklad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe with me.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Double worms! Double friends. Stranger of Paradise is a good game. I'm gonna say something controversial. Mechanically, I agree on Stranger of Paradise. I enjoy the combat of Dirge of Cerberus. I think the shooting's fun. It's absurd and surprising yeah. I recommend you play all. It's just absurd fun. I play, yeah. Dirge of Cerberus is actually a lot of fun if you let it be a lot of fun. I also think it's kind of a, like, even mechanically it's a little bit of a mess, but it's actually, like, quite fun and upgrading the gun and like, I think Dirge of Cerberus can be quite fun. Granted, it's been a little bit of, it's been like 8 years or so since I last played, but I definitely have fun with it.
Joseph's fine. He'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
He certainly knows his business. You found your thieves all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Here.
Right, I think that is Lisa's. I'm trying to put on some kind of affect. I think you just have to know what it is and be going in for what it is. For Dirge. Don't get me wrong though, Dirge's story is just as much hot nonsense as Paradise.
I must leave for the Dominion.
Let me carry your goods.
Pardon me, but would you happen... That well-notched steel and impressive physique. I have need of a sword for hire, and yours looks to be a weapon well worth the coin. Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those formidable arms?
How exactly do you intend to use them?
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckian history, I wish to investigate the ruins near the city. And I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts sent to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well, were you ever party to a finer proposition?
My arms are yours.
Wonderful! Then come. We must away.
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis road, and from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
Wait. Good luck with your ne'er-do-wells.
Elio turns down history quest, challenge level impossible.
I'd better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Okay, before you do that, let's get that wine. Yep, that's definitely one possibility for sure, Tracy, or some other TMJ issues.
Come on, come on!
Jug of snake spit for the road.
The caravan stops next to the checkpoint.
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare. Boklad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from San Brec, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. My old man knew what he was about when he set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
Tight-fisted swine.
The Empire's your enemy, not us.
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a
I agree,
Gotan.
Crip.
I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
The market would be flooded with refugees if we weren't here to stem the flow. Oh, my heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Kind of reminds me of Maximus' voice actor.
I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
No, definitely not Cindy. Just kind of reminds me of Maximus.
Come and taste my peaches. They're sweet. Finest earthenware from the free cities.
A woman yelling at me at random, "Come and taste my peaches." The sweetest
Caravan
nectar will
stops
not
next
stop
to the
being
checkpoint.
suggestive.
Come one, come all.
Peaches and pears.
Out of my sight.
You know what's funny? A lot of people have commented on how bad the motion blur is, and while yes, like it is pretty strong, I can't say I've noticed it that much, despite the fact that I usually turn off motion blur in video games.
Our new arrivals.
I spoke to your friends. They'll be along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down together. And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market, I wouldn't have a single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right, I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A Gotan 66. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside. A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the three pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous and many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery at bay.
Never a truer word spoken.
It's the little things.
That's that then.
Daddy.
And this Boklad part takes some time. I realize I'm doing side quests and I could have just continued on with the main quest, but lordy.
Why am I not surprised?
You'll hand over your coin.
Literally titled Ne'er-Do-Wells.
hurt?
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes on
close
the
to town?
marvel before us. Ruins, a relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckian history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
No, Clive, history is important.
He's passionate. I'll give him that.
Run like
Knowledge
the
is
wind.
power.
Not again.
Oh, don't make me fight.
Right then.
Sure, Raven. If you like what you do, consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon at www.patreon.com. Get your name in the banner above my head as well as the end of videos. Thank you, Ray.
You're going to get yourself killed.
Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all. Not when
Bow Down Gabi
majesty
remix
stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods, and great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the
Wait,
full
reaching
truth
for their
of the
holy
matter
sanctum.
is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might
Did they try to get to Metia?
But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see. Onward.
Okay, they had
History
airships. The
awaits.
Fallen tried to use those airships to get into Metia. Metia has basically straight up a Death Star fired some sort of laser down, or maybe something else happened. Maybe it was just the god or whatever, or one of the beings, whatever. But it's tied to Met. Is it possibly tied to Metia or the moon? If the Fallen tried to reach some place that they shouldn't have, that would also explain why they would have been, their flight would have been taken from them, as they would fall to Earth, unable to reach for the heavens once more. Is Ultima part of, is Ultima part of the Fallen or part of the god?
Oh no. He's really got himself into trouble this time. Thanks, boy. Well done, Tor.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Infinite. I'm waiting for that. Either built by the Fallen or built by something else even before the Fallen. Right, I mean, definitely there's Dalamud vibes, right? For sure.
Still in one piece.
Bow down, God.
It would seem so. Once more, I am in your debt. And once more, you impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but...
Please keep rambling.
Didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
So, if those who were the dominant, if those who were the fallen became the bearers of the became those who were the dominant bearers, it means we're all descended from the same line. But is Ultima of them, or is Ultima?
And so ends a delightful day. Here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
Lot thicken.
Let me carry your goods.
Okay.
I'm cheap.
On to the MSQ.
Peaches and pears. Beets and beans.
Well, it's very simple. We're done.
Come on, come on!
I'm trying to think, like, what is the Gabi bow down?
The caravan stops next to the
Juicy pears!
What I really want to be is a blacksmith.
You gonna do it?
Here you are, good.
There we go.
Try not to lose it again.
Me pass! You found it! Oh, thank you so much. Nan would have killed me if I'd come back without it. I'll have to say thanks to Elle and Theo too.
So should you, Hansa. You and your friends don't have to steal anymore. If anyone threatens you again, you know who to turn to.
We do. And we already have. Miss Elle's given us a job shifting the chocobo shit out the stables. It's hard work, and the pay isn't half what we got from the stones. But if we stick at it, we'll keep ourselves fit.
You stick at it, then.
And Goots, I'm sorry for stealing your pass.
That's all right. I've got it back now. And all's well that ends well, eh?
You said you're trained to be a blacksmith, right? Well, I'm gonna be your first customer. I'm gonna save up all my gil and get you to make me a massive sword.
I'll do me best.
Till then, eh?
All right.
Actually, an animated cutscene.
We have a place on the wagon. Remember, Goots, we're mercenaries. You hired us to protect you.
Mercenaries.
And you remember the plan? You're to ride all the way to Twinside. Jill and I will go with you as far as the outskirts, then find our own way in.
I'll buy that stuff I need.
And we'll scout out the Imperial's defenses.
There's a square with a big bell tower right in the middle of town. If you get lost, or out goes wrong, we can meet up there.
All right. Let's go.
I wonder if they've shown anything after this point in trailers. I'm sure they have. There's at least a couple shots. Seat of the Imperial Court.
I see.
Perception
You're
chamber.
quite certain your father has no knowledge of Ultima?
I am. I have no difficulty believing a sinister force has come to exert an influence on Sanbreque. But be that as it may, it is yet to claim my father. For better or worse, his radiance speaks his own mind.
Then the fiend works from the shadows.
I confess, when first you told me of this fiend, I had my doubts, and more than a few at that. A beast that labors to plunge Valisthea into turmoil, all in pursuit of your brother. But that wound is proof enough that evil is afoot.
Then I have your answer, Your Highness. You will join me in my fight.
I cannot.
Duty.
Not yet.
Your Highness, please.
As you are aware, the Dhalmekian army is at our gates. They have lost their mother crystal, and with it all hope of a negotiated withdrawal. It is but a matter of time before they invade. If Bahamut is not here to meet them, my people will be slaughtered.
Though not by Hugo Kupka, thanks to Ultima's machinations. I know the fate of your people weighs heavy on your conscience, but if we do not put an end to Ultima's plans, they shall face a far darker fate. The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss. The lives of every man, woman, and child in the Twins are at stake.
I believe what you say, Phoenix. But I have duties of my own, and I must discharge them. Come what may.
No.
What
I'm
do you
certain that
know
Dion's
of
not the
my
first
blood?
gay Finalizing character, but I have to think about it.
I know that it is wholly
There's definitely explicitly
unworthy
gay
of
characters
the
in
highest
14.
offices of state, which rightly belong to those of purer breeding. Alas. Your bloodline runs through the Oriflamme gutter, from a whore who weighed her child's worth in gil.
Have you threatened my father?
Of course not. I merely whispered in his ear that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion.
What?
Sylvester listens to the words of his astrologers. And they have ears too.
You have been feeding them your lies!
Should you remain loyal to Emperor Olivier, His radiance may yet crown your head with laurel, and not with tar.
Fork-tongued witch!
In consideration of your long years of service to the Empire, I shall forgive this uncharacteristic rudeness. Now hurry and make ready, Your Imperial Highness. Emperor Olivier expects much of you, Dion. Or should I say, of Bahamut. May your fire reduce his enemies to ash, till all of Valisthea bows to its rightful ruler.
There's also just a lot of characters where we don't know.
There is another darkness that has taken hold of Sanbreque. And until its grip is released, the flames of war shall spread ever wider, just as Ultima wishes.
Forgive me.
Kick her ass.
My family has caused you much grief.
You are not her keeper, Phoenix. This is a matter for the Imperial household now, and as a member of that household, it falls to me to resolve it. At such time as that is done, what strength I have shall be yours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Let us take to the skies together, and bring a new dawn to Valisthea.
I should like nothing more.
If I'm not mistaken, Infinite, I think I either nod towards them or it's just I make sure to point out that like not every example I gave was every example there is. And it was also about interracial procreation more than anything.
Tell me true.
Like how children.
Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
We dragoons have but one leader, Your Highness. And we shall follow him unto the very end.
Thank you. And this is my decree. For their crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella and her usurping son shall be put to death, and the Empire restored.
Ooh. This is gonna go well, for sure. The two who send you to rescue Tom Berries for one, yeah. There's definitely, there's multiple, you know, also you have characters, for instance, who are implied romantic feelings for the Warrior of Light. And seeing as you can be either gender kind of implies that they're fundamentally must be bi. Like the puppy crushes that like Grahatia and Alice, for instance. I also marry Dion if he's left standing in a short period of time, which I do not have high hopes for. Oh, he is taken right because of Terrence, right? Good point, Infinite. Well, maybe he's poly.
Hey, what do you think you're playing at?
Yo, your little buddy.
One would never guess that these people stood on the brink of war.
They're afraid. They turn to drink to forget their fears.
Anything you want to forget?
The harbor is empty, and half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge. were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
Well, he currently has Ultima inside him, so... Pretty sure Joss was too busy with work for a relationship. Uh-oh.
What is it, boy?
Quickly! Run!
Medicine girl.
What's happening?
I don't know. Torgal! This way.
My partners just came in with the Reese's cups because they love me. It's from both of my partners who got it together because they both love me, and they wrote that on the. They just wrote that on the package. I don't know if the medicine girl is going to be important, but I do definitely know that the medicine girl is potentially going to be the little girl with the red coat in Schindler's List. That's my worry.
The city's on
Fire
fire.
in the sky.
I'm sure Goots is fine. He'll be making for the square.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
Watchman or sentry is to be slain on sight. But spare the citizenry. His Highness's orders were clear. The people are to...
Those were Imperial Dragoons.
Ooh, I like this music. Speaking of Holly.
What in the hell is going on?
Let's go and see.
Right. But first we find Goots.
I just hope he's all right.
You there! Identify yourself!
We have to.
Hurrah! Quickly! Cut them down!
Ah, too early.
Help me, boy.
Agreed.
There's no doubt about it. They're dragoons. What is this then? A civil war? Never thought I'd be glad to fall into a sewer.
Ward secured, Captain. None of the Emperor's forces remain. Gather the men! We press on to the council chambers. Yes, Captain. What of the men and women in the market district? The evacuation is complete. Good. Then all that remains...
Honestly, I'm trying to understand why we would come into conflict with Dion.
There it is.
I think that's our goals in his
The
alliance
bell
pretty
tower.
much right now.
Right.
But how are we going to
Let's
get
go.
Bahamut's power?
Ah, no goods left.
Yeehaw! Oh, you can see the moon and Metia up above.
Where in Gregor's name did you come from? Intruders!
Now, this layout right now, for some reason, reminds me more of like street layout.
Damn it. We'll have to find a way around.
I wonder what sort of speedrun tech people figure out with the different abilities, like some weird interactions or something.
In the name of His Highness!
Stay down!
Hold on, kids. We're coming.
Yeah, definitely Crib. I'm reminding you of certain Endwalker characters. Definitely intentional. Dragoon Knight name feels like a breaded egg situation because in Japanese name of the job is Dragoon Knight, so we get Dragon Knight. Well, they made it be a different. Well, a dragoon is a different thing in English. Like a dragoon comes from like the dragoon, and so it's probably just a different name in Japanese, localized differently. But dragoon in and of itself already has an implication.
Who goes there?
In the prince's name, none shall pass.
Still think Dragoons are the best mini boss. Definitely one of them. I do love Big Axemen McGee's. Dude, we can go ahead and get rid of the XP bump. I'm already like way too high leveled for all this anyways. Let's do double rescue.
Enemies on the ramparts! Kill them!
Into the Dragon Knight. Well, right, but like dragoons were historical figures, right? Is more what I mean. Like the dragoons were an actual cavalry. Where the name comes from. Dragoon originated from fitting Dragoon Knight into the name by Dragoon from Dragoon Knight into the name by limitation of old games. I remember correctly, they used the name horse riding gun wielding military unit for the class. Yeah. But then it's like the thing is that like dragoon, it's kind of like knight and paladin, right? Like how paladin is known as knight in Japanese, but like that calling it Knight makes sense and works. But calling a Paladin Knight here doesn't give it the same connotation. Whereas Dragoon came to have that connotation already, but now you want the added connotation specifically of them being Knights, not just Dragoon. So, like, here they add that in the localization. I don't know, maybe the Japanese also has an added prefix, suffix, or maybe it just lets it be on its own.
Can you see him anywhere?
Oh boy.
It must be one of the Dragoon's pets.
I think it has something in store for us.
Get ready to move.
Too slow.
Fire and flame!
I've seen that dive coming.
Too slow.
I failed.
Fuck. Damn, that just got straight stun locked and I couldn't even recover. Oh, that's the first game over. That's Nope, that was the first time. I had just been being more careful actually using my potions instead of being cocky.
Too slow. Nice try. Too slow.
There goes that. Catch me again.
Nice try. Too slow. Nice try. Gotcha. Oh, I'm sad that I got that. I'm really sad that came over. That was just from being way too sloppy. If I had been paying attention and taking it and like using a high potion, I would have been fine.
Over here, Clive! Are you alright?
Goots.
I'm glad Goots
There you
is okay.
are.
I didn't know
Well
there'd be a
played,
dragon.
Infinite, well played.
All right. Let's get out of here.
Lope.
What now?
Is that Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there?
Oh, Dion, what are you planning?
Bahamut.
Your Highness,
Don't do this!
We must leave. Now, Your Grace. I beg of you.
This is not what he wanted. Something's happened. Forgive me, Yud. But I must put a stop to this.
Your Grace!
Nani?
So, what do we do now then?
We destroy the heart.
We might come back!
As soon as the flames die down, the Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
What? And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that. If you're staying, then so am I. I packed everything up before I made a run for it, so if there's out yous need, just ask. But I won't be giving it away for free. Nan'd never forgive us if I did.
Thank you, Goots.
This is the funniest way for justifying having a store ready right there as I can. Wow. I actually did not like the flames decreasing time because it's throwing my balance. Increase attack by 12. Not even a 3% increase. It's not huge. What about defense? Oh, that's a much bigger bump in the defense department. And now I'm actually starting to take damage. For my other options. Really screw. Crowd cyclone. Gouge. Gouge damage increase, actually. I'm gonna go with the defense for now, see how that helps out.
What can I do for yous? I've got some good stuff for yous.
Ooh.
Thank you. Righto, here you go. How else I can do for you? You don't want me to make yous out else? What can I do
actually,
for yous?
Wait. I should have access to Diamond Sword because I have Wormbone. That is
Did I do it right? That's 10 times better than it was before. Is all done then? No.
And so that's how crystal towers are created. Yep, you got it.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive. It's time to free Storm from the crystal's curse.
Oh.
Do it.
It's past time. But remember, Bahamut is still out there.
And I dare say we'll be seeing him again before the night is done.
What happened? And how is it definitely Annabella's fault?
No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Do you feel that, Clive?
Ether. Just what we need.
We're gonna fight
another flood.
Kashyyyk.
Already turned them.
And there's no reason to hold back.
There must be a way to climb up.
Judgment Bolt. Oh, fuck yes. Yep. Okay, what we got here? Oh, yes. You know what? That should be good. What even is my ability points? Oh, 4,000. Okay. So I've got plenty when I want to start experimenting. I don't know how much everything is her fault, but all I know is that she certainly is not helping and is certainly making it worse at every turn. Annabella is the Alag of 16. I mean, actually, Ultima is the Alag of 16.
Is that the Phoenix?
Joshua! What is he doing?
Keeping Bahamut occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming! We have to save him.
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Them again! Not now! You're fit!
What was that?
Bahamut. He'll kill us all. There he is. Joshua! I'm here, brother!
Clive. He can't hear you.
Joshua!
They're heading for the heart.
And so should we. It's over. Enough. We don't have time for this! Too slow. Waken wind!
Good to see you. Glad to have you. So there's basically 5 open sections of the game that are like huge open sections that are semi-open world, and then the rest is kind of like instance dungeons and so. You know, he does. It does kind of have that look. I totally see it.
Are those the chambers? How are they still standing?
I don't know.
Get someone wants them. Man, are they gonna introduce like neural links, but for 16? That's how Annabella's controlling Bahamut or something.
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
We're getting close.
Looks like Ultima.
It looks like somebody doesn't want us getting any closer.
I don't care what it wants.
Neither do I. Nice try. Nice try. Wake up! Too slow.
This guy's a line shot, fire guy's a point around. So that's time to go.
I don't want to know what that is.
Easy way to bring it down.
We have to end this right now.
Nice try. Nice try.
Gotcha. Things we know. I just like to think Soken is in a corner playing this. He just stalks Clive everywhere, just outside his vision cone. Yeah, just can't see him loaded in. That track though, not so. Oh, I see. I like that track. Residual Earth Aether that is having failed to dissipate on the battlefield is insistent on manifesting into solid form, not unlike crystal, but with an elemental purity that renders it far more potent. It's not highly specialized in its application. Increased wind-up damage by... I like that the Fallen tracks are all very, like...
They're getting stronger.
We can think
it's
about them
technological
later.
and it's very synth and it's very, like,
right now,
constant.
there's only one
it's
thing
not
we need to focus on.
living or organic.
The heart.
I like that at least when I hear that, like, synth, I know it's solid. You know, having
we
an
might be able to
identity
get up
and
through the
that.
building.
It's worth a try.
Quiet. There's someone up there.
Is someone there?
Mother,
It's you.
what happened here?
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy. My darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right.
Fuck you.
Answer him. We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you.
Raise her.
Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix! You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Joshua. My darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive? When the only one I truly cared for died?
Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
That was convenient.
Joshua! Wake up! I am a shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
What are you...
Fuck yeah!
Ifrit?
Clive.
Joshua?
Clive! Fuck.
Okay, who let Yoko Taro write this?
First Bahamut, then the heart.
consequences.
You train with the massive stream of light, sears anything in its path.
Done yet. Shit. Can't reach him. Don't do this! No! Brother! I'll come back for you. Joshua.
What the fuck?
Clive, get behind me!
If you're sure.
Second case of Tetris. Good, interrupt. Too early. Gotcha.
Now, Joshua!
Bahamut defeated. Holy moly, man. The iconic battles. If there's one thing that I have to say they wildly succeeded at, the iconic fights are definitely what they were said to be. What happened to D?
What now?
Oh no.
This is drinking the ether.
We to stop him. Stronger than this. Come on, Ifrit. Show us your true power. We can, and we will, together.
Fuck yes.
Are you ready? Ready!
Going to space. The wildfire for Risen has now the access to the light speed, which is a Phoenix shift.
How can we hope to match such power? By trusting in our own.
Fucking OST. Stay down.
What in the hell?
He would burn the world.
Set a flare. Oh shit. He's going Donald.
Not today. Come on, Joshua. This ends now!
We pulled a Louis Swa! That was straight up from Flames of Truth. However, Icon Bahamut made the manifest crystal as bright as the sun can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. Gonna try to.
Dion!
I'd like to point out that Clive is supposed to start falling. Zephyr can probably handle that. Definitely sounds like a stream. Things are definitely lit.
Joshua!
Clive!
My brother.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters. I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Reunited at last.
Jill.
Why is Olivia? Oh!
This is for my father.
is done. The demon that would tear our house apart is no more. Father.
The Mother Crystal. It's collapsing.
Right. We need to leave.
No. Wait. I owe him a debt.
Fine.
You there.
Or don't reinforce the walls.
Our situation.
Report, Captain.
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
We're hearing reports of rebel
Madness is this, Theon.
throughout the neighboring districts.
Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. The city can wait. Don't dally, man, go!
Your Radiance.
And I want you to find out everything about the Dalmek's movements.
By the light! Dion, have you taken leave of your senses? Call off the Dragoons at once!
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands. I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbreque. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the Master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your Emperor? Guards! Take him!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire, of its rulers, of your god? As the Mother Crystals crumble one by one, and the Blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear, our people look to their Emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself! Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build!
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go. Claim Valisthea for me, brother.
Dion.
Gods! Gods!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would. And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks. Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
All the people who lost their powers were at death's door in some way, or at least were gravely weakened. Jill hasn't been. Think about it. Sid was on death's door, Dion's death's door. Benedicta, greatly weakened. Hugo, only after we cut off his hands. And he was like down for the count.
You cannot stay here, Mother. Come. Take my hand.
It wasn't so much an echo vision, it was one of Dion's memories after he absorbed Dion's power.
Get away from me! This is all just a dream, just a bad dream! You will not take me, Shadow! You will not take me!
Mother.
No matter how much I hate her. Still his mother. Sure. Yeah. First Eowyn and then his mother.
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place.
What, some kind of gestalt?
By Primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Are we just gonna go full Neon Genesis over here?
Relax, Your Majesty.
sometime later.
Don't you want to play? It's been a long time.
If that is your wish.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
Such feeble creatures.
All the dumb.
Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you to your doom. And so you bind your fragile wills with strands of consciousness. The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The Sons of Fire were united at last, and for but a moment, their flame burned bright.
Anyone getting vibes of the first from Buffy?
Soon, Muthos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Not before the bonds are severed, of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away, may Muthos return to our side. By Primogenesis shall all be undone. Mankind shall be rid of his wretchedness, and Muthos of his will. But while he yet clings to it, he has the power to forge bonds anew, and so we bid you. Find Muthos, and sever everyone.
To destroy that which has no physical form, you ask the impossible.
There is nothing your black blade cannot cut, Odin. We shall unite with Muthos, and bring forth a new world. So long as our vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours.
Oh, that coming. Of course, Odin got mommy issues. Ultima in Metia? Where is he? Where is he sourced from? Back to the hideaway. Yep, very Eva. Yeah. Have a good one, Sarah.
How is your brother?
Delay get so bad.
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion. Taya says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
Oh, he's in Joshua.
Curse.
Where was he originally?
For every mountain we climb, another rises up to greet us, doesn't it?
It's never ending.
Even the sky seems to have grown tired of it all.
Things fall apart. 5 has claimed the portion of icon Bahamut's essence. Tuning with Bahamut not only changes the elemental aspect of Cloud's magic spells, but it also allows several new iconic abilities such as Impulse, which creates multiple spheres of light. Pursue target, dealing it continuous damage. I think I'll like that over iconic feat of Wings of Light to begin casting Mega Flare. Powerful spell that showers enemy with the deluge of searing light. Longer spells charged, the more powerful the result. That'll be of interesting.
Ty won't be happy if I disturb Joshua. While he rests, I might as well see what Otto has to say.
Oh boy, I got a cup. Oh my god. Words of Twin side is there's little left of the capital after the Mad Prince's royal tantrum. What are you and yours? Did you manage to escape before the city went tits up? Trust you did, but a Stolas might be good to set El's mind at ease. Theodore. Reports from brothers and sisters afield are all the same. These accursed skies cast not only a pall over the land, but over the hearts of her people. Hearts already heavy from the fall of the Dominion and the destruction of Storm's final mother crystal. For now the realm endures, but with each new flood do her few remaining children descend further into madness. The situation is as ever dire. Fresh wings shall find you on the new moon's turning. Till then, our watch continues. May the crystal's curse be broken. I trust you and your party gained the Dominion without further event. Should your travelers ever bring you back to the markets and put you in need of additional assistance, you'll find the Crimson Caravan more than happy to oblige. We might even offer a discount at our usual rates. Eloise. Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back into judging by the droop of his jowls lately. I'm thinking maybe it weren't just the leathers that was on his mind. Maybe there's others demon jabbing their pitchforks into his privates. Know you're a busy bloke, but next time you'll find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him so hot and bothered. Assuming it ain't just the forge. Sure, I'll be looking at them in a second. I just gotta read these.
But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Okay. Bahamut channel. So we still got Odin, and then the question is, we got Shiva, but we still don't know anything about the water icon. Interesting. Maybe it's inside, trapped beneath. Flare breath, of light, impulse, satellite, giga flare. Oh yeah, only played for 2. Yeah. We mentioned that last stream. You must have already had it out. Yeah, but no, we were figuring that. The question is which one. I mean, Odin's obviously gonna get there. Are we gonna not claim Shiva's, or is it because Jill's already has been? You know, we don't need to worry about claiming Jill's because, well, if we take it from her, I mean, she doesn't necessarily want that power for forever, so it wouldn't be the worst. No water icon. It's possible, except for they specifically told us in the lore that there is one for each element and that water is an element. So maybe there won't be a water icon that we gather, like get in our wheel or something, which is fine, but we know that there should be a water icon. Mainly damage. Okay. Burns any enemy it hits. Okay, but I have to aim it. So what I could do is I could just buy max out Giga Flare and throw it on Ramu. Honestly, I would probably take that over. I'd probably take Wings of Light over Ramu's, and I can always just instead take Judgment Bolt and throw it on. Yeah. The mastery on that looks like. Increase the number of hits inflicted by the beam. Yeah. Actually, I only need... Oh, and I actually could totally do... Okay. We'll definitely figure that out in a bit. Bad feeling. Something, Clive, something ain't right with the hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay me a visit. Toll.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
The whole skill set seems based around the Summoner's Limit Break. I don't know that it's based around the Summoner's Limit Break. Those are just all things that have been associated with Bahamut for the better part of, what, since 7? I mean, some of them even before that. Some of them even since, like, 1, right? The biggest fear is that the water might be DLC. I don't have that as a fear. Frankly, right now, to find out that there would be DLC would make me excited, because it's like, I want there to be DLC. I want to go to the southern, or to another one of the continents or something. I was thumbing through the Hideaway ledgers at Otto's behest. It might have come across something that you might need your attention. Maybe. And by that I mean immediately. You know where I'll be. God.
Trouble with the ledgers.
Oh, he's Sid II. I trust you'll forgive me for putting you and your dear uncle to the test. I'm confident that a man in your position can understand the importance of earning one's trust, especially in times like these. For what it's worth, you now have earned mine, and I can assure you it shall not easily be relinquished. May this be the start of a fruitful relationship. Zen. What are all the mementos? Oh, we still only have the same number of mementos. It must be from side quests only. Okay. Man, I got a bunch of quests. Okay, the quest I need to pick up. I need to pick up weird science, and then we will go back to the main area. It is interesting the sky's growing dimmer and more bright.
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
The destruction of the Mother Crystals in theory should be a good thing, so why isn't it healing the world? Where is that alien
We're all gonna
going?
die! You hear me? The Akashic are coming and they won't stop until they've slaughtered every single...
People are not... Also, I just noticed the music's different, isn't it? Okay, Mr. Stranger,
After
what do you have to
Drake's
say?
head, I was beginning to wonder if you'd lost interest in Sid's grand scheme. But here we are. Another crystal cracked, another nation in disarray. You wear the mantle.
It's interesting that Sid the Vicious is not, the term hasn't come up yet. Unless that's just supposed to be the delineating between, like, old Sid.
All this fuss over
Well.
dark clap.
Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well,
holy moly.
It's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bung in a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
I imagine Ty could get
Ooh,
some use
okay,
out
wow,
of this
great,
alembic
good to
too.
know.
Distilling medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Crepe,
Nothing
what percentage
but
are you
Bob
done
Ash'll
then?
do, says the
'Cause I
chief.
still don't know how to check that.
Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest
I was considering
bright
trying to
water
finish
through
up
it,
tomorrow.
and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame isn't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
So yeah, so okay, so we have Waloed left. In terms of major things, we have Waloed left. And then we've got whatever the fuck is going to go down with Ultima. But again, that means that there should be, if I remember right, maybe I'm wrong, I just got it wrong, but if I remember rightly, there should be 5 open world zones. Right now we've got 3 and 4. What's 5? Gonna head out for say. Okay, sounds good, Craig. We'll probably wrap up soon here. I'm just gonna probably do this last little talk around the hive. Okay, wild guess. Maybe there is a water icon and party on the final boss consists of Ifrit and Shiva together for some fierce act. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if like the water icon maybe was optional too, or something weird. Just we know that like there's supposed to be 8 elements, 1 icon per. And there's also, if you look at the lore entries, you have all the icons in a row except for 1 slot that's got question mark, question mark, question mark. So like specifically, clearly there's a section for a water icon. Of course, Raven. Anytime.
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? Oh, she's just fine. As long as you look past the fat storms out mother crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle in the Free Cities, helping Mid with her project. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turned foul. Still waiting on a reply, though.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. I'll leave the scheming to those more suited to the task. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state of things. Could be that they don't. It certainly can't hurt to ask.
I suppose not.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe?
Thank you, Infinite.
Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate.
I
No
and
one
Ray
could
Ray,
have
thank you.
predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't break their spirits. They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this mess.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts.
Yukio, good to see, glad to have you.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves.
No.
And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dhalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off-storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
Just gotta find a way to redistribute the Aether, correct?
A castle of sand.
The areas are becoming a caution.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
I think Umino put it best, definitely. I mean, I agree. I don't disagree with you, Infinite, either. But yeah, I think what she deserves is kind of irrelevant. It doesn't change it. It doesn't change the heinousness of what she did. I don't think someone else killing her. I don't think it. It just doesn't change anything. It doesn't change what she did. It doesn't change what happens next.
Should call back the scouts.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Here you are.
The goddess Egregor teaches us that to walk with the wretched is an act of greater good. If we are to accept this truth, then one could not rightly call he who follows this path an outlaw, a humble servant.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep going up until these open up, so we can go back outside, and that's where we'll call it for the night. I think. We just got gear. That's what we wanted to look at. Increased healing potency of high potion. That is like such a specific niche use that it doesn't
There's
help
talk of
me
these
much.
skies driving men mad.
Like, if it was double high potion use, I still think it'd be kind of useless, but that much is does me no good.
Will we ever see
For some reason, the Age of Strife reminds me of the 8th Emerald, aka the Age of Just feels less satisfying. Yeah, but what would have been satisfying?
the
It wouldn't undo
hideaway's
the
lost
damage she did to Joshua. It wouldn't have done the or to Clive. It wouldn't have done the hurt. The idea that she would get her just reserves means
Is a storm coming, Sid?
I don't even know what that means. All we can do is try to make a better world. That's what Joshua and Clive are fighting for.
Let me guess.
But
You're
people like
here
her don't
about
do
the
that. They don't
skies.
exist.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the Sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
There is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Okay, pitch. Ultima was either created by the Fallen or actually better yet, something before the Fallen. or was what's left of a people before the Fallen. They created Metia or something like it. They're up in the heavens. The Fallen attempted to try and get, through their airship and technologies, attempted to get up into the stars, and for it were cast down in order that they could never reach Ultima to either try to stop it or what have you. That or Ultima was some sort of rogue AI thing that was part of running their civilization. That's right. There's some of my running theories at the moment.
Clive, we have a problem.
Only one. That would be a first.
It would. Actually, there are three. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a Kashik at her gates, and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has put the wind up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains...
It fucking pours. The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they'd get here in time to make any real difference. Which means there's only two people who can.
Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
Interesting. How is it ultimate for antagonist for me? I mean, good. I mean, like, the thing is that he's supposed to be enigmatic and mysterious. He's threatening. I do not fully understand him. I want to better understand what his motivation, what compels him. He's eerie, he's unnerving, and he's eldritch in the sense that his wants almost don't seem clear and knowable, not just only because of a mystery, but because of also, like, it just doesn't seem to run with some of the same things like normal human conceptions. So no, I mean, like, the mystery surrounding him's good. I think he's threatening. I think, yeah, I like him.
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the Hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders. And
Ow! We've gotten so many talents.
Maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. Zero, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's going to take some time. And I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Holy fuckamoly, that's a lot of money. Also, 500 talents, okay, equals what, 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the Hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility. And it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha in the day?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
Sometimes this writing in this game can very much delight. Actually, you know what? I want to say that was not just writing, that was also vocal performance, very much so. Every so often there's like a couple notes that make you think like it's gonna be a song from 14. There was a song from, there was a couple notes from What Falls in there.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, and you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with
Screaming,
a bone.
yes. Screaming, no. Well, maybe screaming.
Still, he's got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
No. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
You know, I haven't played 15 since its launch, right? So I could be wrong on, but like I feel like Clive is a little bit more proactive, maybe, you know, he's still soft-spoken, but he is like very, very open.
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations. I didn't say I were wrong with him.
Infinite.
I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual.
Oh, buddy.
Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dhalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
I've just on the puppy dog guys. He eats mega frost wolf trees.
Is a storm coming soon?
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Okay, the last thing I want to do real quick is I want to just go to one of these places just to make sure that, like, if I, like, teleport there, it doesn't start a cutscene in case I wanted to, like, grind off stream. Fun. Because, boy, do I just love, like, I can. Okay, cool. So, we're going to start calling it there. If Ray were here, she would normally be doing the links. If you want to join our lovely community for Eorzean Archives, you can join us over at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. Beyond that, if you want to support us, you can head over to patreon.com, where you can toss a couple bucks, get your name in the banner above my head as well at the end of videos, or you can also toss us $1 here and get access to fun emotes and make your name all green. Beyond that, normally every Monday and Tuesday we stream Final Fantasy 14. Every Wednesday, well, not every Wednesday, because I'm probably going to switch up my schedule, but typically on Wednesdays, that is when new videos come out. Thursdays we stream older Final Fantasy games, and I meet up with Chris and we talk about Final Fantasy 14 and WoW over on Gaming Kind of. On Saturday, well, honestly, we gotta figure out new schedules because a lot of our old stuff is kind of We're gonna change up the schedule probably coming up soon. But the important thing is we're gonna be playing 16 up until we're done. So we're gonna be playing 16 tomorrow. I may start early. If not, we'll start at normal time, which would be about 4 p.m. CST. We may start earlier than that to try and get ahead long into making Wednesday our final day. Although I'm just guessing tomorrow will be our second to last day, and then the episode after that will be the final one. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. It's always lovely. It's really lovely to see which one of you guys who's also playing and also who's sticking around for it. So from Tracy to Umino, Ray, Raven, Jose, Infinite, Crepe, Rune, many others, Yukio, and many others besides. Thanks for joining in. I will catch you on the flip side. Yeah. Cheers, everybody. Have a lovely